Hello, 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 and welcome to our final part of 24-hour sprints with Neva, who is not here. Neva will be here later. She took a nap. Because it's a long 24 hours if you do not take a nap. But
I had a nap.
Yeah, we know Jess had a nap. We know Jess definitely had a nap. How are you today, by the way? Okay, so real quick. I have the memory of a goldfish. So if you've already told us what you were reading, please tell me again so that I have it here and I can scroll up and reference it, because you may not know this, but quite often I go up and if I'm telling you I know what book you're reading, it's because I have scrolled back up in the chat and found your comment. So please put it in the chat. Let us know what you're working on in these sprints. Jess, would you like to introduce yourself? Tell us anything. If there's anything fun happening on your channel and what you're working on.
I have a channel. In theory, we had a brainstorming session last weekend.
Yes, we did.
In theory, I will be filming some videos and there will be some videos posted, but who knows? I'm currently reading So Mote It Be, which is book 1 in the Circle of 3, which is from like 1999, I think.
On that?
It's 2001. The author,
yeah,
it's Isabel Bird, which is actually a pen name of a dude, which I did not know when I bought them.
Okay.
But it's fine.
Yeah, okay.
These are like I found there's 15 books in the series. I found like 8 or 9 of them in a secondhand store.
Mm-hmm.
And like not in any sequential order, just like random ones. And then I bought the other ones online secondhand to like fill it out. So they have that delicious early 2000s used book smell.
That makes sense.
And I have a Merlin.
Hi, we got Kitty Cat. Very nice.
She's chunky butt.
Nice. And a spicy tail.
Yeah, and she not want to be my friend. She's like, what is this? Bye.
I'm currently working on finishing the last 5% of Network Effect by Martha Wells. This is the 5th book in the... What just happened? What's that face?
She walked across... Yeah, she walked across the lap. My laptop is over here. This is like my other screen. She walked across the laptop to get off of the desk. And like just everything went...
That's a choice, Merlin. That really is a choice. I have 5% left of Network Effect, which I may finish in this next sprint. But I also am working on finishing up the script for my 2026 summer releases video that I'm going to hopefully have out on Monday or Tuesday. We will see. I'm trying this new thing where instead of having like specific days that videos go up, I just have a specific number of days between videos. I have heard that is just as effective. So we're going to see how we do with, like, I think it's 4 days is what I have between videos. Like every 4th day I'm posting a video. And then if that's too much, we'll go to every 5th day. But like, I have so many ideas. It's a problem. Do I make them? No, but I have a lot of ideas. So anyways, we have a Hillary joining us again. Hello, and a Christina. Christina has my to-do list, to be honest, for the day. Oh, I do need to take my meds. I should probably do that. I should probably figure out where my allergy medication has gone.
Especially because you woke up itchy.
That is a completely different allergy medication.
Fair enough.
Unfortunately, the Zyrtec does not help with that. Nothing ever has. So you just kind of gotta wait it out, or you put on the Benadryl gel, which I'm trying to avoid doing. But yeah, no, the Zyrtec is for eyes and nose sinus allergies.
Yeah.
Hello, Glenda. Welcome, welcome. We also have a Tennille and a Roe. Tennille is switching to Castles in Their Bones so that she can do audio only. Amazing. We got some more hellos. Daniela is here. I had a slice of cake and turned on the dishwasher and moved to bed. I want cake. I really want cake. That sounds good. There's not room in our fridge for cake. The type of icing that I can eat has to be refrigerated.
Someone
And it
posted a
lives in Florida.
video of earlier today on my feed of like single serving cake and icing.
Mhm.
I'm gonna have to look into that
Yeah, I
because
know. I typically have to make my own cake and icing
yeah,
because allergies.
yeah.
Um, so my parents are going to be out of town for a part of June though, so I may take that time to make myself a whole ass cake, and then it can just live in the fridge while they're gone.
You can have
So
whatever you want and don't have to worry about any allergens.
yes, exactly. First trip will be at a trip to the hospital and back for testing. Hopefully, I can make it for the next chatty bit. You know what? We'll be here for a while, Tennille. So whatever you need. Envious of the kitty cuddles. I just finished Normal People this morning. Ooh, what'd you think of that? And we'll be starting a reread of Don't Want You Like a Best Friend by Emma L. R. Albin. I can read, guys. I just words.
I also read L in my brain.
So
So
well, I just like my issue was my brain didn't want to read the entire title all at once. It wanted every single word to be separate. So it is what it is. Some more hellos. Hi, Rain. How are you? Read the Circle of Three books back in the day. Named my first car Cooper.
well, I'm only a couple of chapters in, so I don't know the reference, but I will know the reference.
Yeah, team having a lot of video ideas and not making it. My issue is that like so many of my video ideas involve vlogging or involve doing more research. So like I would like to do like a video exploring the difference between like mystery and thriller, but that would require that requires an amount of time that I am bad at giving to what's it called, to my videos, like just bad at it. So and focus is more. I have too much of begging friends to come and take some. That's funny. Yeah, no, I will keep the whole cake for myself. I had a few years where I made my own birthday cake because I wanted cake, and then it just would take up the fridge for like a week. Have you tried Bilistine or Blex? And I'm allergic to those allergy meds. How convenient. Ooh, that's awful. And I was put on that for urticaria skin allergy reactions. It handles rhinitis too. I might look into that one. I need to potentially look at a different option other than generic Zyrtec because I found out that they have lactose in it,
Ooh, that's fun.
which
For
lactose
someone who's
is.
lactose intolerant.
I'm not intolerant. I'm allergic to dairy. So
Also true. There is a
I'm
difference.
mildly allergic to my allergy medication. Um, be very interesting. I have blog ideas that require me to blog in multiple places and see it hasn't happened yet. Yeah, exactly. And like I'm also very careful about when I vlog out and about not being anywhere near my home. So some of them it's like, okay, if I want to do this idea, I have to go to Tampa for this. Right. Or I have to make sure that like that's why I haven't done indie bookstore day any of the years because it's like I need to go to every single independent bookstore in my area or people will be able to figure out where. So, yeah, I am also allergic to it. But it cancels out the smell in my other meds. Most meds have lactose. Honestly, I'm not noticing a difference. I just like it's the Zyrtec is working. My curiosity is just um would it be more effective if I find one that doesn't have any lactose in it? That may be a losing battle, but they made me gluten-free and lactose-free cake, and they are able to do milk-free too. I know there are a couple of Publixes near us that can because of for kosher reasons. I just never.
Good point.
Yeah, and there's only so big you can get it because like they can do egg-free and dairy-free. So there's only so big you can get the cake because then you have to special order it. And I'm like, I can make it though. I can make it though, and then make icing that I know I like. So yeah, at least I'll know there are like some different. Yeah. So I just have to, it is what it is. All right, shall we? Are we feeling like another sprint, or do we have something else we want to chat about before we go?
I'm ready
Right.
to be sprinty.
Amazing. I am going to change my sheets, I think, in this next sprint because that's probably part of why I was itchy. They're a little overdue for a change. And then we will be back. Okay, I'm going to pop us down here. We're going to add this. Hour sound good to everybody?
Yes, ma'am.
Say yes, everyone, because you don't have a choice. Why are we doing this?
I don't know.
I don't know why when I click to close that stupid thing, it always does that. Anyways, we shall go in. Everyone wants to talk to me right now. Jesus. We'll go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. And welcome back, everybody. I finished a book. So that's what, 2 books that I finished this month?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Let me fix the blinds.
I mean, to be fair, I only read 2 books in January when I was still like coming out of my reading slump. So,
To be fair,
I
I
mean-
wonder how many books I've read this month, because here's the thing. Your girl's reading has been weird.
I mean, I probably read more than 2 books this month. It's just that none of them have gotten finished. Why are you
Oh, I've read
updating,
4
bitch?
books this month. Look at me go.
Look at you go. Amazing. That makes, oh God, I think, is that everything that I've read?
February was my best reading month of the year.
Yeah,
This
let's see.
consistently happens to me because I'm trying to escape my depression.
9, 10, 11, 12.
I read 16 books in total for the entire year.
I read 22, which is
Ooh, nice.
I'm close to 16.
I like that. That's fun.
Short, which is real short of my 75 book reading goal. I'm 8 books behind schedule.
Oh my god.
It's fun. I'm going to move on to Ode to the Half Broken by Suzanne Palmer, which is one of the arcs that I got. And I do have the audiobook through Hoopla. I'm hoping I can finish, because I am 18% into the book. I'm hoping I can finish that today, maybe, and then get one. I'd like to get the first Finley Donovan book knocked out, because I feel like I really want to read that.
Have you not read Finley Donovan?
I have not read Finley Donovan yet. She's been on the list for like forever.
Margaret, you have to tell me play by play what you feel about this book. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I also have not read it, and I don't plan to.
You know what?
I think it sounds very silly and fun. Because the entire premise is just an author that gets mistaken for a hitman.
Finley Donovan, and she's not gonna be mad at me for saying this because we've said it online before. Finley Donovan is mine and Brittany's friendship book, like friendship series. Like some people have like a best friend song. You know what I'm saying? Brittany and I have a best friend series. And it is the Finley Donovan series. But you know what, Jess? It's fair that you wouldn't want to read it. It is fair. Because I feel like, I don't know what your reasoning for it is, but I feel like most people that have told me that like it seems like a silly good time, but they have no interest in reading it, is because it is like you have to not mind kids in your books. Because like the kids are main characters because of her single momness.
I don't mind kids in books. Mine is just based off of what I've heard and off of like other comparisons. It feels like it's not going to be the series for me. Like,
yeah,
that's fair.
I know that it has like a humor part to it.
Yeah.
And I definitely struggle with things that are humorous, but in a non-humorous setting, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I feel like the humor in it is done very well, because actually that did concern me when Brittany and I first, like when we first picked up the book, like when it was announced and all that stuff, and then we picked the first book up, is that I was like, I don't know how you make being mistaken as a hit woman funny. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you make that funny?
It feels very comedy of errors kind of stuff, which
Yeah.
is something that I personally do. Like, that's something I enjoy. Like,
Now,
I like the irony of like things being funny in a serious way.
Right. Like, I do warn people that like the further you get into the series, the more outlandish it gets.
Yeah.
So like you cannot take these books seriously.
Right.
You have to just go into them for like a silly, goofy time. Like that's what you have to go into them for. Like you need to just read these books for vibes. Don't go in and like expect it to be like serious or to be
Go into expecting fun.
realistic. Like you just have to go into it because I don't think Brittany and I have given. I think Brittany and I both gave the first book, or maybe the first 2 books, 5 stars. I know I have not given one of the Finley Donovan books a 5. Like, they've been between like 3.5 and 4.5.
Mm-hmm.
Because they are like very outlandish. Like, no one would actually survive the shit that Finley and Vero go through. I'm just saying.
I mean, to be honest, nobody would survive the shit that most of the people that I watch and read stuff for would go through.
That's fair.
So,
but it definitely is like a silly, goofy time. So like, you just cannot take it too seriously.
A lot of my personality can be explained by the fact that my 2 favorite comic book characters, or 2 of my favorite comic book characters in Marvel and DC, are Spider-Man and then Nightwing, who are 2 of the most unserious characters you will ever meet.
Yeah.
Like, the higher the stakes, the more they are cracking jokes.
To me, it is like, as I say, the Grady Hendrix of it all, wherein I really don't like Grady Hendrix's books.
Mm-hmm.
The premise always sounds great. His writing is fine, but I don't like the way that he works humor into horror.
To be fair, he is a man.
He is a man. There are female writers who also write horror in a way that I don't like, who I've read multiple books by, who I'm like, I love this premise and their writing is good and I like the plot, but I don't like the way they work humor into their stories. That I don't know. There's just certain settings that I don't want there to be humor, and that just happens to be one of them. And I don't know why, but it just doesn't ever work for me.
Here's the thing. I remember you saying that you don't like Grady Hendrix, and I remember when you told me this originally, I was like, you know what? Grady Hendrix does not seem like a jest author. Like, I love Grady Hendrix. Okay, I love Grady Hendrix.
Most people do.
I will read whatever Grady Hendrix puts out, okay? But I also understand why people would not like Grady Hendrix.
Yeah.
It's the same with like Riley Sager, because I feel like Riley Sager does the same thing, where he like, also they're men, but like, it's fine.
But I love Riley Sager, so it's like,
you like Riley Sager though?
Yes.
I do feel like Riley Sager doesn't do as much humor. I feel like their writing is similar, but he doesn't do as much humor in his.
It's the specific humor of it, because like, I like Frida McFadden. Her books are stupid. They don't even make any sense.
Her books make me need to take a nap after I read them.
They make me giggle, and they're not intended to be funny. And sometimes like a plot twist makes me happy. But like, I don't know. It's just like the placement of humor. Like, specifically Grady Hendrix, like the placement of humor sometimes offends me. Like, I find the humor offensive at points.
That's fair.
Doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's just the way that I read it. I read, it's right here actually. Come here, book. This.
Come here.
Suburban Hill by Maureen Kilmer.
Okay, I'm adding that to my TBR. I already like it.
It is if you like the humor in your horror, sure. But this is my fourth Grady Hendrix, or my fourth Grady Hendrix. Yep, my fourth Maureen Kilmer, and they're fine. Like this one is it's set in suburbia. There's 4 housewives who are best friends. One of them appears to be taken over by a demon.
Oh, great. That's healthy.
The plot is good. I like the plot. The writing, sure, it's fine. It sounds like a great book in theory, but I always end up just being like, okay.
Joke's bad.
But it's like, there are other people who love those books. And so for me, I think and the way I rate books when I don't like a book, I say, if you like Grady Hendrix, you'll probably like Maureen Kilmer, because they're very similar in the way, if that makes sense.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I just feel like Finley Donovan is in the same vein. I could be wrong because I've never tried it, so I don't know. but
I mean, I haven't read a lot of Grady Hendrix, or I haven't read any Grady Hendrix at all, to be honest. But if I end up seeing the comparison between the two, I can always give you a, hey, this is what I think. Whether or not I think it's worth a try, but who knows?
I think I've read 3 or 4 of Grady's books because again, the premise is I'm always like, this sounds like it's going to be amazing, and then I read it and I'm like, this was fine.
Yeah. I also think that that's just humor is so personal a lot of the time that what you find funny has a lot to do with it. And I am someone who enjoys it's weird where I will be like, okay, I enjoy the absurd here and I don't enjoy the absurd here. And you can't tell by genre. It's entirely with execution, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know. Listen,
you have to create a story that I'm okay with being self-aware.
Someone might convince me to read it. Maybe it'll be a book club pick. I don't know. And then I might love it. But at this point in time, it's just not on my list of things to read.
Yeah.
Like it's not even in the periphery of my list of books to read.
If it ends up being my new favorite thing, I'll let you know, Jess. But let's check in with everybody else real quick. Brittany,
there are other people here?
Yeah, there are other people here. We're not backstage talking shit. So
well, I mean,
keep
we
the
are.
secrets to ourselves. It's been a while since I've been able to catch a sprint live. Today I'm reading Braiding Sweetgrass by Robin Wall Kimmerer. I need to read this so badly. I have it. I own it. I just haven't read it yet because it's one of those nonfiction that I feel like I want to be able to sit down and take my time with it. And I'm just never in a sit down and take my time with nonfiction mood is the issue. I think I need to just decide that I am sitting down and taking my time with it. Hillary said I made it to 50%. I'm back and don't have to leave the house this evening. So I will try to relax, Tennille. Hello, welcome, Camilla. I'm going to read some graphic novels. Any specific ones? Also, I need to read the Finley Donovan series as well. Very nice. I'm enjoying Castles in Their Bones so far. It's YA. It's why so far it's political and the characters act their age instead of they're 8, hoping it keeps it up. Yeah, I think that see, I have the opposite problem, Tennille, where I feel like a lot of the time, especially when you're talking about YA fantasy, the characters act too old for their ages. And while I can understand that that can work for some characters, right? Because there is a level of trauma matures you and forces you to think more like an adult. But if it's every character in the book, there's a whole other thing going on. I'm just I don't think you actually want to write teens. I think you want to write adults. So let's.
But I also hate when they try to write adults and the adults sound like children.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell me that this person is 35 and then make them sound like they're 16.
I was gonna say it depends on what level of adult you are, because if you're 22, I'm yeah, that's still basically a child.
I mean, my thing is if I'm supposed to believe that your frontal lobe has fully developed at 25, then I'm gonna need you to act like your frontal lobe has fully developed.
Fun story. That study, we don't know if your frontal lobe actually is fully developed at 25. They just stopped the study at 25.
Oh.
Yeah.
So our frontal lobes could still be developing at our big ages.
Okay, fine. But if you tell me that
I get it.
Character is 30 years old and they act consistently like they're 16 years old, then unless you have an explanation for that,
like the Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt,
I'm gonna need you to stop doing that. Okay, that is crazy.
Brenda made it to 38%.
I don't remember which book it was, but I DNF'd a romance early on this year because it was 30-year-old second chance romance, but they acted like teenagers, like middle school kids.
No.
Yeah.
That's only
it had spice in it too, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a spicy book. Ugh, I didn't get that far.
They be doing that. And then they want to be like, let's just throw in a sex scene. And I'm like, how are you going to do this when your characters don't even act like they're mature enough to be doing that? No, stop it.
Yeah, I feel like I am more if I feel like you're kind of realistically giving us a teenage perspective, I am fine with being like, God, this is so young. But like, yeah, it is. Yeah, at least they're somewhat aware. Oh God, most teenagers are not though. Is the problem? Yeah, I think the frontal lobe is more in your 30s than 25. That would make sense. That would make sense. I'm starting the Jessica Jones Alias series. Very nice. Okay, okay. Hold on. So that's Marvel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just okay. There it is. I see it.
Yeah, Jessica Jones is Marvel.
I don't think I've read a lot of. I don't think I've read a lot of Jessica Jones, but I also have not read nearly as much Marvel as I have DC. If that makes sense. Like my entire tenure with Marvel has primarily been X-Men and Spider-Man.
I have trauma flashbacks to watching Jessica Jones on Netflix when it originally came out.
Yeah.
I don't even remember his name, but David Tennant's character is always saying Jessica. And
I know his name.
I tried to watch it and I couldn't get into it.
Yeah.
But like Margaret, it's mostly just Spider-Man and X-Men for me. And then Ari brought home a Valentine with Thor on it, and she refers to Thor as Jackhammer. So there you go. Oh, I guess I did see the Iron Man movies in the theater.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen all of the Marvel movies,
but that was because I like Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, I've seen all of the. Well, no, I have not seen all of them. I saw all of the Marvel movies up until Endgame came out, and then COVID happened.
I've seen them all.
Yeah, so
I've not seen them all. I definitely watched all the Iron Man movies, but that's literally because of Robert Downey Jr. Like it had nothing to do with anything else.
I've even enjoyed probably 98% of them.
Yeah, I've enjoyed most of them. I grew up as a big comic book kid. Like we were watching, like our Sunday or Saturday morning cartoons were Spider-Man, Superman, Batman, that
X-Men.
kind of stuff. We were not allowed to watch X-Men for reasons I don't know.
We were a big X-Men household.
Because Jesus.
I want to say it's because it was too violent, maybe?
It was pretty violent. The 90s cartoon was rough.
I don't understand
Evolution.
Because my mother let me watch X-Men, but would not let me watch Pokemon or the Power Rangers.
We were allowed to watch Pokemon. We were not allowed to watch the Power Rangers. And I do actually have, I think it was the Magic, because there was a witch involved, but she's the bad guy.
Right, so you would think.
With our childhood trauma. I know, so here was the thing is like, we weren't allowed to watch it at home, but like if we went over to a friend's house and they were watching Power Rangers, we were allowed to watch it there because it was the polite thing to do. The same thing as with Anastasia, we weren't allowed to own it, but when the neighbor kid brought it over, like we could borrow it from her. And
here's the thing. I literally do not understand where my mother's brain was. Maybe it's because she had me before her frontal lobe was fully developed. Okay. She was 16. Because this woman was like, Anastasia is fine. In fact, you can go see it on ice. Which terrifying. I mean, listen, it's a core memory because my grandma took me and I love my grandma. But like it's a little terrifying, to watch it like on ice. You know what I'm saying? And she was like, you can watch The Hunchback of Notre Dame. But Power Rangers, that crosses a line.
Hunchback of Notre Dame, we were not allowed to watch, but I'm pretty sure that was because of my brother. Because there were certain movies that we weren't allowed to watch because they would have been too intense for him.
The Hunchback of Notre Dame was literally my favorite. Okay, my top 3 Disney movies growing up were Pocahontas, which I kind of just chalk up to the fact that, like, at that point in time,
she was the only brown Disney princess
that was like close to my skin tone.
Your skin tone was close, yeah.
And then Beauty and the Beast, because who doesn't want that giant library? And then The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Again, I chalked this up to Esmeralda had a skin tone that was close to mine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because like if Tiana existed when I was growing up, that would have been like my go-to movie. You know that.
Oh, sure.
But here's the thing. I watched The Hunchback of Notre Dame the year it was like a year and a half after Ari was born, because I was finally willing to like start kind of introducing screen time. So I was like, what movies could I have Ari watch? And I watched that movie. I called my mother and I said, what is wrong with you? And she said, what? And I said, I just watched The Hunchback of Notre Dame for the first time in like 10 years. This movie is terrifying. Like, and she's like, oh, well, we didn't really think about it back then. Are you kidding me? Also, like, we watched like The Black Crystal and The Labyrinth. Ari asked me the other day if she could watch The Black Crystal. And I was like, I like, you can watch it, but like, I don't think you're gonna like this movie. Yeah. Like, I don't think you're gonna like it. And then she's like, oh, The Labyrinth, that has Muppets in it, because she saw Jim Henson. And I was like, listen, this is not the Muppet Babies. Okay, this is not the Muppets that you think of when you think of the Muppets.
Yeah.
You know?
Someone was talking about the fact that like kids there are certain things that like, because of where they are developmentally, kids don't find them as scary as adults do. And so, like, it just goes right over their head. But yeah, Hunchback of Notre Dame was intense.
Ari did not make it through Edward Scissorhands. I fear
that makes sense.
But she made it through Chucky.
And wants to watch it all the time.
She asks me at least once a week at bedtime if she can watch Chucky. But she could not, but she made it. Okay, spoiler alert in case you've never seen Edward Scissorhands. It's been out for
I haven't, but I don't care.
1,000 years. She got to the part towards the end where Edward Scissorhands cuts the kid, like the boyfriend or whatever, of Winona Ryder's character, whose name I can't remember right now, cuts his face. And she was like, turn this off, Mom. And I was like, you watch Chucky, brother. What do you mean?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, maybe there's a specific type of body horror, because I can deal with most stuff, but if you're dealing with the nose, I'm gonna need to not be eating.
It was like his cheek, like the side of his face.
It was like slice his cheek, yeah.
But I fear that if Ari watches The Labyrinth, she's going to. Also, like, I showed her like a picture of David Bowie as the Goblin King, and that just like reinforced for me that everyone finds David Bowie attractive. I'm just saying, because she was like, he's so pretty, is what she said. Because that's what she said.
Very
and I
pretty.
was like, you are correct, bud. You are correct. Like, but I just fear that watching this movie will traumatize her.
My problem was that I was the youngest and my siblings were 7 and 8 years older than me. And so I didn't have parents at that point, because they were like, your brother and sister will watch you, you'll be fine. So nothing was off limits. It was a very common occasion to like, even like at grandma's house, to be having a sleepover where like we'd be sleeping in bunk beds, and like you'd wake up at 3 a.m. and one of my older cousins or somebody would be watching like skin flicks. Like as a 10-year-old, just waking up and seeing like some vampire chasing a girl around the house and like having sex with her on a staircase or something. Like that was normal for me as a kid. And so I think I regressed, because I then watched like teenager stuff, like Disney Channel, etc., into my 20s, like my late 20s, and like still really enjoyed it. And I was like, it's because it's still good stuff. But like I had never watched it as a kid, because it was not the things that my older siblings and my older cousins were watching.
See,
so
and
just like
I am the oldest sibling, and so I feel like it was the opposite for me. So I watched all of like the older kids stuff, not skin flicks, but like
it was the time, man. I like remember, like it's ingrained in my brain.
I watched all of like the, like Lizzie McGuire, That's So Raven, like the Disney Channel stuff. And like I will still turn that stuff on, like if I just need like a comfort show or whatever, like I will still turn that on. But I definitely watched like Barney and Dora the Explorer and like Blue's Clues, like way past like
yeah,
what
way
would have
past time.
been considered like an appropriate age. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because my youngest sibling is 17 years younger than me.
Yeah.
Burger, no.
Kind of the same thing. Kind of the same thing that I ended up doing with a lot of those shows. Although I think we miss Blue's Clues. So Tennille says at a certain age my sister wasn't allowed to watch The Simpsons. I never was allowed to watch The Simpsons, and I have had zero interest in going back to watch it because my mom said it encouraged bad behavior. I had no interest in when my sister was older. She was allowed to watch it, but my parents didn't want to see it. Like we weren't allowed to read the Animorphs because they lied to their parents. I'm like, well,
see, again, my mom.
I'm like,
again, my mother let me watch The Simpsons. Like, and it was not like most parents where she was like, oh, well, it's time to turn it off now because the Itchy and Scratchy segment is on.
It's a cartoon. How bad can it be?
I think my mom was just.
my cousins watched it because their dad watched it, but
I feel like
their mileage may vary with those boys.
I think some of our parents never realized that not all cartoons are for children.
Oh, I mean, Ari definitely
don't realize that.
Ari has definitely like gotten on Netflix and asked me to watch Big Mouth, and I'm like, absolutely not, ma'am.
If she ever has to watch one called From Hell, that's another no.
Yeah, that's a no. But because Big Mouth looks like the animation style of it looks a lot like Simpsons or Family Guy, both of which she has to watch with me in the room with her, but like I will let her watch it. Because Ari's pretty good at like asking questions if she doesn't know something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I don't know if anyone's actually watched Big Mouth.
I have not, but I've heard things.
But like, it's basically just like it's a show about, I think they're in middle school or like very early high school, but it's all about like puberty and like it's clearly made for adults. Like it's clearly supposed to be relatable like to adults. And she'll be like, well, it's a cartoon. And I'm like, yeah, all cartoons are not meant for you to watch them. Like adults also watch cartoons.
Yeah, but adults like animated stuff too. Otherwise, we would not have nearly as much anime in the United States.
Right.
It would all still be in Japanese. All right, shall we do another sprint? Does that sound good? All right.
Whatever you want to do, friend.
Oh, we are gonna do it. We're gonna go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. And welcome back, everybody. How did we do in that sprint? I decided to stop trying to write down how I wanted to say things, and I am just copying and pasting all of the synopses of these books into one big Google Doc. And I'm just gonna have that up to reference it as I talk about them. I'm like, we got to find a easier way than just looking things up on Goodreads as I go to each book. But I don't feel like sitting down and rewriting things in my own thoughts.
It's not the answer.
Like, there's no point in creating a new thing of bullet points. Like, whatever. So.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I made and ate lunch / dinner, whatever meal of the day it was, and watched some YouTube while I eated my foods.
That's good. Watching YouTube while you eat is good. We enjoy that. How about you, Neva? How did you do?
Ari came home from her friend's house, and I diamond painted and watched whatever the show is called, 90 Day, The Single Life Between the Sheets.
Okay. How ridiculous is this show?
Like 90 Day in general, or this specifically
this specific version of it? More ridiculous, less ridiculous?
So I feel like in some ways it's more ridiculous and in some ways it's less. So I feel like if you ever watch like actual 90 Day, I'm hoping there will be a video going up on my channel at 6 o'clock, and it's my first reality TV catch-up episode because we're trying a new thing. It is like a whip and chat style, so like you don't have to watch the video, but I do recap like the most recent season, which is season 5 of The Single Life. I feel like because they're using people that for whatever reason their 90-day adventure failed, right? So they were either on like 90 Day Fiance, or they were on before the 90 days, which is where like the American goes to the other country for like a period of time, right? So I feel then you see like the ins and outs of like how like the fiance visa, like the K1 and all that work, right? But of course it's TLC, so they they cut it together to make it dramatic. Because you're right.
Shocking.
But because they're for The Single Life, it's specifically people that either never got married or they got divorced for whatever reason. Everyone has trauma at this point, like from their
the show.
Anyway, I will say this season I felt like was a little more ridiculous just because the lack of communication between people in this season was unbelievable. Also, there's a character that like we find out has been holding in like an adoption secret for 34 years. Which, like I related to, but also didn't. Because like my adoption journey, I'm not adopted. I had children that were adopted. Like not like I placed children for adoption. Our adoption is open, but it made me think about like if it was not an open adoption, would I be as open about talking about it as I am?
Yeah.
Because it's, you know what I'm saying? So she did some weird shit like to cope with it. Like she catfished her one son and pretended to be the other son. Like, and I'm not explaining it well. Like the way that she did it, I think she was doing it to try to protect both of them, but she did a weird thing. You see what I'm saying? Like it was a weird choice to make, and like she takes accountability for the fact that like it was a weird choice to make, but I legitimately think she did it from like a place of trying to protect both parties and feeling like she still had control over the situation by doing it that way. a weird thing to do, like I said. But like,
Yeah.
sure. I will say that probably this one is less ridiculous than like The Last Resort, which is like where there are couples that met. They were on one of the things for 90 Day, but they're basically it's like Trouble in Paradise, right? So they go to this like resort and they all do like couples therapy. That spinoff is
that the one that I've been seeing all over social media?
probably. There's that one, and then there's also Hunt for Love, which is like 90 Day meets Bachelor in Paradise.
Okay.
Because like Bachelor in Paradise, for anyone who's never watched it, Bachelor in Paradise, right? They take essentially the cast-offs from the different seasons of The Bachelor or The Bachelorette, and they throw them onto an island together, right? And then they try to find love that way. So it's basically that premise, but with 90 Day people.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I want to highlight this one comment because this is wild. My sister banned VeggieTales for my nephew when he was under 6. My dad let him watch it once, and I see why my sister banned it. So this is one of those things that only makes sense if you're in a Christian household.
Yep.
Kids stole from his mom, and she said it was all right as long as you prayed about it. Fine, pray if you want, but stealing is not okay. Because like the lesson there is that you're supposed to repent. That's the lesson, is repenting when you do wrong. So it's like basically breaking Bible stories into stuff for young kids. God, I don't remember which one that is, but like I know what the lesson there is supposed to be. But yeah, that's one of those things that if you're in a secular household, a lot of VeggieTales is going to be like, what the fuck?
I'm not gonna lie. I did not grow up in a secular house. Well, I mean, I did. My household was weird. Okay. Hey.
Hey, Sherry says that you need to talk about Summer House at some point.
Message me. So VeggieTales still really like holds like a near and dear place in my heart, to be real. And I honestly, because Ari likes to learn things about the Bible and I'm not good at explaining them, VeggieTales is an easy bite-sized way to explain it to her.
Yeah.
Without doing, I don't remember what they were called, but y'all, like, Margaret probably remembers the kids that would sing like the songs. The one I'm remembering specifically is like it was on VHS. The one I'm remembering specifically is they sang the one door and only one, but yet the ways are two. That song. The other one I can remember is the one that's like
I feel like we had a cassette.
Something about marching for the Lord.
Well, yeah, there's like 75 songs about that that are kids songs. We did a lot of the Nest videos, right?
But like specifically, I just remember my grandma. Listen, I was singing this the other day. Also, when Ari doesn't listen, I sing "Good Morning, George" in my most obnoxious Junior Asparagus voice.
That's so funny.
That would be the Cedarmont Kids.
Right, you like that song?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll start singing it to you.
Cedarmont Kids.
I like that song since you ever.
The what?
Cedarmont Kids.
That's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. Because they also did the song about the two guys in the Bible that had like one had like the house built on sand and the other one built his house on stone or something, and they used these creepy ass like they were supposed to be like Muppet style puppets.
They have puppets, yeah.
Yeah.
This was after my time.
Okay,
my grandma
had us watch them, and then I found out like years later that like most of these kids turned out to be gay.
Well, if you know anything about the people who created VeggieTales, they ended up being left wing.
Can I go with my hair?
The guys who are behind VeggieTales are kind of progressive.
Yeah,
they are. But this is why I allow. Yes, this is why I allow VeggieTales in my house, because it's like literally at Easter this year. Ari was asking me the meaning of Easter, and so I had her watch.
Hi.
Okay, the VeggieTales Easter Carols. Yes.
Okay.
No.
Did I know they did an Easter Carol? I'm not
That's
sure.
the one. That's the so it has Ebenezer Nezer in it. So you know the buddy guy.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like a like it's the VeggieTales version of A Christmas Carol, but instead of Ebenezer Nezer hating Christmas, he wants to commercialize Easter because his grandma made the first like Easter egg factory, and so that's what he thinks Easter is about. Easter is about the eggs.
Yeah. I
And
would
then-
definitely
First
agree
off,
with him.
rabbits don't lay eggs.
And then the little Hope, like her name is Hope. She's like a little angel that comes out of this like music box that his grandma had, and she sings like a song about the meaning of Easter.
Yeah, I don't know, because like y'all have a very Catholic, being raised Catholic is a like a very, I feel like a bit different than evangelical. Because like y'all are not as crazy. I feel like the ones that are crazy when you're talking about Catholicism are the converts.
Catholicism is just
I-
Catholic Church,
I
normal ass people.
I digress. Because my dad that I live with was raised Catholic, and when I tell you, like my mom decided that she wanted to feign being we cosplayed being Catholic because that way she could explain why she had so many damn kids. I'm not even playing. And I had to go literally from the ages of 12 to 17. I had to go to confession every Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
To this day, I can recite a rosary from start to finish.
Catholicism is just right-wing witches.
That's true. I do agree with that.
It's Christian witches.
It's just right-wing witches. It's Catholicism. It's fine.
I feel like I'm a lot more likely to find people that are left wing in the Catholic Church than I am in the evangelical church, just based on like my experience and online
That
and
is
stuff like that.
that
Because
is true.
a lot of people are like, in the same way that people will be culturally Jewish, people will be culturally Catholic.
Yes.
And like at least with what's going on in the Vatican now, it looks like they are tending to more towards being progressive. Or at least we're starting to go that way. Whereas evangelicalism is just brainwashing from start to finish and no redeeming qualities, to be honest, at this point. Zero.
My household was not religious, but a church van would come and pick up the children 3 times a week.
Uh-huh.
And so my parents got to get rid of their children 3 times a week. So we went to church religiously.
Religiously.
Yeah. And also
That's how a lot of churches get people though, is that they will have childcare and things for the kids to do. That's also the whole point behind VBS.
Yeah,
They
I
would-
mean, Ari did VBS last year because she wanted to. One of her friends was doing it, so she wanted to do it. I'm not gonna stop her from doing it. Like it's fine. Like
Yeah.
But literally, so we have 12 churches in my town,
Uh-huh.
which is too many. Anyway, we have 12 churches in my town. All of them do VBS on different weeks. So I could literally send her to 12 different VBSs throughout the summer. I'm not going to, but I literally could if I wanted to.
For a lot of people, that's how you do childcare over the summer. That's part of why they're so successful and why they do them. But like, no, I just like, there's so much stuff that like having come out of the, and I'm not talking about mainline Christianity, which is a completely different thing. Like that's that's progressive Christianity typically. But like talking about like the evangelical church, there's so much in there that I'm just like, this is deeply weird, and you don't realize it when you're in it.
No, you
Right.
don't realize how weird everything is when you're in it until you start to like see other viewpoints and
Right.
grow up and hear other things, and then you're like, this is a strange way to go. Which I always say, like, I don't think church is bad for kids. I think church can be very informative and a healthy tool to learn about morals and good behavior. But you also, as a parent, have to supplement their knowledge and their education about religion and how the world works along with that church.
I think before the religious right got so involved in churches and like so like dogmatic about like we're creating soldiers for the Lord's Army, like that whole thing,
Yeah.
the way when they started weaponizing, I think there is value to religion. I think there is value to being a Christian. That's why I still identify as one, even though I identify as a progressive Christian.
I do too, yeah.
But I think that you don't find that value anymore in the churches that are near me, for the most part.
Probably not where you are.
Not gonna lie, now I have Cedar Point Kids songs stuck in my head, and I have no one to blame but myself.
Yep, you brought it up.
You did it to yourself. Bree has joined us. Hello, welcome. Also, Julie, we already saw Julie, but Julie said hello.
Yes.
Tennille says that sprint was supper on YouTube. Very nice, very nice. I had a snack. It's a little early for supper for me. So, speaking of, Bree said I just got home from the Ren Fair about 30 minutes ago, and I am out. The Ren Fair is exhausting because you're out
It
there,
is.
you're in the heat, it's dusty. If you're at the right Ren Fair, you're laughing a lot. There's goofy shows.
I love
right?
the fest. Oh.
Yep. Made it to 50%. That's nice. I remember taking international student friends who weren't Christian to mass with my grandparents, and they thought it was fascinating. I mean, like, it is.
It is.
It's the theater kid version of Christianity.
But if you ever get invited to a Catholic wedding, maybe find a reason not to go.
I have been.
Or a Catholic funeral, dude. Listen, may she rest in peace. Okay, she was one of my friends in high school, but I had a friend in high school that passed away while we were in high school. Well, it was right after we would have graduated, actually, because I was very pregnant at the time. Like, very pregnant with my first child, okay? And I was like, oh, I need to attend her funeral. Well, I didn't realize that her family was Catholic until 2 days before the funeral, because that's when we were told like all the information. And by then I had already told like her family that I was coming. So I sat in the very back so that no one would stare at me, because I could not get my pregnant body up and down off of the.
Because you're up and down,
and down,
like up and down.
Because Catholic churches have the things that you pull out in front so you can kneel, the kneelers, you know. And I could not do it. Now, like, no Catholic church is going to force you to do it if you're disabled or you are pregnant. But because I had been, for all intents and purposes, a practicing Catholic at that point for 5 or 6 years, it felt like a thing where it was like my body should be able to do it. But I couldn't even see my feet. So like,
they're gonna look at you and be like, "Whew, she's pregnant. No wonder she's not moving around."
How I was gonna do it, I don't know. And there was like an old lady that was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "I'm fine. I'm just gonna sit back here so no one stares at me while I like can't, kneel." You know what I'm saying? But it was a 6-hour.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
6
Weddings
hours.
are the same way, man. Up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down.
I want to say, because I had a cousin that they had a Catholic wedding, but I think it was like the truncated version of a Catholic wedding.
There are truncated versions, yes.
There are truncated versions.
6 hours. So, and it was like, specifically, the reason I know that it had to have been a Catholic wedding because we were in the bride's church. Like, that was the bride's church. So, like, anyways, Julie says, I missed the community aspects, but the other parts of the church got complicated. Yeah, that's the rough part. Is I miss having a built-in community, but like also being away from that community has been healthy for me in ways that like I was never happy single when I was in the church.
Are you in a very white area?
I am in a.
I was eating some cheese balls.
Not as much. I'm in a more progressive area of Florida.
Nice little grandpa.
So,
I ask because, like, here the evangelical church is a very big thing, and like in town, there's not a street corner that you can stand on that you can't see a church standing from the street corner. But the non-predominantly white churches are a lot more progressive than the white churches. So if you could go, if you were wanting to go to a church, I would say look for a Black or Hispanic community. You would probably fit in better there.
Yeah, because they'll accept you
anymore.
That's how I got back into going to church, was that I went to church with my son's mom, their adopted mom, their mom. And she's a Black woman, and so she took me to like a Black Baptist church, and like I'm not gonna lie. I already lived in Florida at this time, okay? And I really thought that kind of church environment was like only in a Tyler Perry movie. I was raised by white people. Leave me alone.
Girl.
And so I went to this church, dude, and like I was appalled at first. Like people were falling out. People were praising the Lord. But now I go to church and I don't fall out. Okay, I'm not that dramatic.
I know,
but I
I
do not like hide my praise either.
Right.
I went to a Pentecostal church, so people were falling out there as well.
But I went to
a little weird.
The churches that I'm going to, like the church I went to with my grandma was called the Church of the Open Door, and it was a non-denominational church.
Mm-hmm.
But they were very like buttoned up, like very much like had like activity bags for the kids to keep the kids quiet during service. Like it was a very like you do not like you stand and you like sing the songs, but you're not really like outwardly like praising or dancing or
yeah, that's definitely the kind of churches I grew up in.
Yeah, I grew up in the church where you had people down at the altar dancing to some extent, and I know that because I was one of them. So yeah, I don't think, because you're in Canada, the evangelical church I think is predominantly strongest in the United States because it is predominantly a political arm.
Yes.
In the United States, it's very it exists in the way that it does now because of politics.
Yes.
And Catholic weddings are so long. Oh no, we don't need 2 hours of math.
It really is. You get with either whether it's a funeral or a wedding, like you get a church service before the event.
Yeah. I wish the Ren Fair was dusty. It was rainy and muddy and crowded. It would still fun though. Yeah. Ours, although they're in a different place now, they've moved to Dade City from Tampa. But our Renaissance Festival, you would go home and it didn't matter what shoes you'd been wearing, your feet would be black from the dust.
Oh, yeah.
Like they would be covered in dust and dirt, and like you would be finding that dirt for like a week afterwards.
It is always one of the best showers you will ever have in your life is when you get home from a Ren Festival. Like you're just so dirty and cakey and like
yeah. Yeah, we also had like a very big Tennille like Hispanic church, which I've been to a Hispanic church. I've been to specifically I've been to a Spanish speaking church because I went as a part of a world religions class, which those services go on for so long.
Hispanic people are very religious, and a lot of them are Catholic.
Yeah. Well, this was an evangelical Catholic church, so it wasn't Catholic. Or not, this was an evangelical Hispanic church or Spanish speaking church. So it was not Catholic. But yeah, I got there at like 10. I don't think I left until like 3. Which that's not something that I wasn't unused to. It's just that usually the entire service would not last from 10 until 3. But yeah, it really just, I'm glad I left the church that I left, to be fully honest. And there are churches here that like, I know specifically of a church here that I could go to if I wanted to go to a church. I just am like, I don't wanna.
I'm reserving my church time until I'm old and I want to play bingo.
Yeah, I did consider going tomorrow because they're doing something with drag queens tomorrow. So if that tells you anything about what type of church it is.
I feel like when I get old and I need friends, and I like want to hang out with people, I will be going to church again. But going to church again as a pagan, questionable decision. But you know, it's fine. It'll be fine because I'm just gonna go to a Catholic church.
Because my cousin's church is so far, like, because it's about an hour and a half for me, so like I can't justify driving that every week.
Right.
Yeah. I go on for Christmas Eve. We go for that service
and go get dinner.
And yeah, you do go get dinner, but I go for the Christmas Eve service, and then the rest of it I just watch the live because her church still live streams.
A lot of them do.
Church.
A lot of churches had started doing that to be honest prior to COVID.
Yeah, so her church started doing it about 6 months before COVID really like took off. Took off like it's a flight. But she was like, "Here, check out my church or whatever," and I was like, "Okay." So I just live stream her church services. on Sunday when I feel like I need a church service.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Shall we do our final sprint?
We should.
We should. Well, I'm going to pull the timer up again,
That long.
and we're going to go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. hello. Welcome back, everyone. I decided that I am filming tomorrow. And I can't bother to do any of it today. Because at this point, I would have to pull out lights and all that jazz. And I just, no. It's fine. I can adjust my schedule a teeny tiny bit. But I got to 22% in Ode to the Half Broken by Suzanne Palmer, which is not bad so far. Anyways, how did y'all do?
I broke out my old social media journal where I used to like, keep track of the videos and stuff I was doing on post-it notes because they're easier to move. So
why don't I do that?
I'm setting up the next few months so I can try going back to, you know, a system that used to work for me.
I might have post-it notes that are the correct size too for my calendar.
I had to cut mine in half. They're like the
nice.
small, I think they're 1.5 by 2 inch. And I just take a section off and cut them in half and
yes. Right now I just use a pencil and I pencil in what the videos are going to be and then I move them around as need be. So but I use a normal planner because I like having my bullet journal for like personal stuff, but when it's something that like I need to do on a consistent basis, it's just easier to have the planner already set out and I don't have to think about, because otherwise it might not get done some months.
Honestly, I might I'm gonna try this I only set up like 3 months or 12 weeks worth. And if this doesn't work, I might go into my Happy Planner stash over there and see what I've got. I haven't used Happy Planner exclusively for like 5 years, so everything is old, but like all of the lines and everything are drawn. I would just have to change some dates and see if that works better. And if that does work better, then I can buy new ones moving forward. But I don't want to buy a new one and to try it out and see if it works or not, because that's a waste of money.
I get the Mastermind planner from C'est La Vibe, but that's because it's Swiftie themed. So, yay! Not sure I like the one that I got for this year because I went and I got a weekly planner for this year instead of a daily planner. And I like the amount of space I had on the daily planner more.
So like
it's much thinner.
My regular planner, like the one that I use somewhat regularly, like this is the week.
Yeah. Ooh.
So I can write in like important stuff that I have going on, and then like my YouTube schedule, habit tracker, and then my meal plan. Because as I told you earlier, like my doctor has me keeping track of what I'm actually eating and things. And then I have another page that's for like all of my tasks for the week.
Oh, that's nice.
So each week has like a dashboard and then a page of tasks.
My favorite way to set things up was I would have like I would have my monthly pages that you would do, like habit trackers and all of that, and then for my week I would do this jazz. Let's see if we can get it so you can see it. So you'd have everything, I'd list everything by what it was, and then I did these little like cutaways for each day.
Yes.
And then I had this for like the week, like, so if I needed to plan shit out, I could. Like that would be like the habitual stuff, like what days I'm working out, what days I'm doing things. That all in one. And that's what I'd like to get back to doing because I enjoyed that. But
honestly, last month my brain was so scattered that I ended up, because I use mostly Planning with Kay. Most of my stickers come from there. And when I was in a larger subscription bracket, she would also post like weekly printables, like where this is all just a printable that I've stuck in.
Yeah.
And I didn't actually have to do anything. And so like I have like all of those downloaded to my computer. And so last month was a very like, oh my God, it's the 4th. I haven't even started planning out this month. What am I going to do? And I was like, just go in and print weeks off and shove them in the planner, and the planner is done. And so sometimes I do that, like, and it's not my favorite way to plan, but sometimes my brain is not braining, and that's the only way to really do it.
Yeah.
But
I just have a consistent way that I do it every single time, or had a consistent way that I did it every single time. And I liked the way I did it. So that's how it went for years until I stopped bullet journaling.
I mean, I use a digital planner, but I've got to get back to planning.
Yeah.
My issue is that it has to look pretty or I won't do it. And it doesn't matter if it's digital or paper. And so luckily, like the Etsy shop that I buy all my digital planning stuff from, she has like revamped the sticker kits for 2026. So now you get she calls them to done layouts, but they're essentially like pre-decorated weekly spreads that you just put they're not transparent, right? They're solid. Yeah. So you put them over the top of your like actual planner page. And I find myself using those a lot, but I haven't bought stickers in a while. So like all of the ones that I have for 2026 that have those in it are all like winter theme. And at this point, like we're in summertime.
Yeah, that is a slight issue. Move to Australia for a bit. You'll be fine.
That's what I'm saying. It's fine.
We had a couple of naps. Bree took a little nap. And then I believe Brenna also may or may not have fallen asleep.
Were you live streaming on the internet? Because
yeah, you missed it, Brenna. Jez definitely fell asleep during one of her sprints.
For like a half hour after the timer went off.
Yeah, for Julie, that was a dinner and watch booktube sprint. Hillary made it to 56%. I think I started yesterday at 8%, so just about half a book in 24 hours. That's good. That's amazing.
That's great.
I am hoping to have Ode to the Half Broken finished by tomorrow. And then I don't care if I have Finley Donovan finished by June 1st. I would love it if I did, but I don't care. But this book is making me want to like pull out Fallout and play some of that. So that may be how my evening goes.
I want to finish September House by the end of the weekend. I don't know if that's going to happen.
Yeah, you got a day and change.
But I did read whatever book that was when the steps run red or something. I don't remember what that one was called. Helen told me to read it. So I read it and it was only like 85 pages. Mm-hmm. But it's probably the most diabolical book I've ever read in my life.
That's so funny.
And it's like horror, erotic horror, I guess. It's not romance. It's dark and it's horror. And I suppose it's erotic, I guess.
This feels like a minor identity crisis happening over there.
I mean, I feel okay. I understand that like erotic simply means that there is eroticism in it. Like that simply means that there is sexual content. But like, unless you are absolutely just diabolically unwell in the head, I don't foresee it like making you feel warm and tingly. You know what I'm saying?
In my brain, if I tell you that a book is like an erotic novel, or if I'm talking about the eroticism of a novel, to me, that is something that has sex for the sake of sex. Like, it's not something that moves a plot forward. It's not something that's needed for the characters. It's just like, we're just putting in sex for the sake of sex at this point.
The issue for me is, okay, so this book is like, I'm not going to give too much away, but like the general premise is that these two twin brothers, one is dating this girl and the other one is her best friend. Okay. The
Great
three of them move to like this farmhouse that the twins inherited. Okay.
Can I put this in the fridge?
No. And in doing that, I'm probably just gonna throw it away. In doing that, in doing that, they meet like the lawyer that's like in charge of like their, I think it's their grandfather that leaves them in this farmhouse, the estate essentially, and the lawyer invites them to his house for supper, and then we find out that this family of the lawyer is they're serial killers. Okay. So these three, I said they get kidnapped. That's what happens. Okay, they get kidnapped. They get locked in the basement. Okay. Now the diabolicalness of what is going on in here, like, yeah, I guess you can say that there's sexual content because there is, but like, is anyone actually enjoying themselves other than these twisted men? No. You know what I mean? So like the horror part, like I get it.
Yeah.
I guess you could say that there's sex for the sake of sex because it's all like the games we play, kind of, you know what I mean? Like you're our captives, do as we say type of thing.
Great. Love that.
It's crazy. I mean, please, like, listen, if y'all decide to read this book, please read the triggers. I did read the triggers. Helen did tell me to read the triggers first, and I did, and I was like, that's fine.
This is how I felt about Mother Mercy by my friend Chandra Arthur. I read the content warning and was like, I love the premise of this novel, and I want to read the plot, but I need to read this physically because I'm going to be skipping things, and that is exactly what
Here's
happened.
the thing: I'm not even sure that there is a plot to his book.
Well,
I mean, there is a plot. Like the plot is we got kidnapped by these people, but like
after that,
I don't know. Like I was reading it, you know what I'm saying? I was reading it before I went to bed because I was like, it's 85 pages. I can read that in an hour. So I was like, let me read this before I go to bed. And I was like, what am I reading?
What have I subjected myself to? Oh no.
Like it's one of those books where like I've read the book and I gave it 4.5 stars, I think, or 5 stars, something. It wasn't 6 for sure, but it may have been 5. And like I gave it a high rating because I think that it was well written and it was well done and it got the point of what it wanted to get across. You know what I'm saying? Like it did what the book was supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
But if someone said to me, would you recommend this to someone? No, I would not. No, because I don't know who I would recommend it to.
Yeah.
it was a good book, but it was an objectively bad book.
And like it definitely says, like in the author's note, like this is not a dark romance.
He's been live for 4 hours,
16 minutes.
No.
Yep.
4 hours, 16 minutes, and 20 seconds.
Yes. But like,
is it almost time to leave each other?
Almost.
No.
I know. It's so sad. But I'm just saying, I don't know who I would recommend it because I wouldn't recommend it to my dark romance friends because it's not a dark romance. I don't know that I would recommend it to like my friends that read horror because I don't know if you want the horror parts of this book in your brain.
Well, I think it's one of those ones that like you store in your brain as like a thing that happened. And then if you've read another book that is anywhere somewhat similar, and one of your friends is like, I liked this book, and you're like, oh, you liked that? Well, you'll might like also like this book.
Yeah.
I have those in my brain too.
Those are the only like that's the only way I would recommend it is if someone came to me and said, I read this book and it reminded me of the book that I read.
Or if someone said, do you have a recommendation for a book that is?
Yeah.
Right. But it would have to be super specific for me to be like, yes, this book. You know?
Super specific.
I mean,
I get that.
Did I give it 4.5 or 5 stars because I'm going to be thinking about this book from now until eternity's end? Yeah, it's kind of like Verity by Colleen Hoover. Like I gave that book 5 stars, and I don't regret giving it 5 stars. I even reread it and gave it 5 stars again because it's a book that I literally think about at least once a month. Like it'll just come into my brain, and I'm like, wow, that was a fucked up book. You know what I mean?
I have that with House of Leaves. Like the central story, like the actual haunted house part, creepy as fuck, super scary. The other two stories, one is somewhat boring. The other is like the guy is like a white masochist, feminine, woman hater piece of shit who talks badly about a lot of, like, he's not a great person. So he's
Right.
not the most fun character to read from his perspective of it. I hated all of those moments while reading the book. However, the book is so well done. Like the actual like structure of all of like the elements of the footnotes and the appendices and like everything that the author actually, the work the author put into the book made it so worth it that I'm like, even though I hated a solid third of this book, the other part, like it's one of those, like you said, like I think about that book constantly. Like once a
Right.
week, that book just comes into my brain and I'm like, how did that author, like,
And
how
here's
did he
the
get the
thing.
idea for this? And how did he pull it off? And how did he convince someone to publish it?
Right. And that's the thing is like people will be like, oh, you like I have been accused in the past of like only rating on vibes. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sometimes I do. Okay. Sometimes like I just
Nothing
need
wrong with
like
that.
a quick fun time
You're not a
because for whatever
professional.
reason I'm like in a slump or whatever. But a lot of times a book can get a high rating not because it's good. Like it can be objectively bad, but I'll give it a high rating simply because it is like a brain worm. Like it just lives in my brain forever.
Well, and also like if I rate a romance 5 stars, that
Yeah.
is probably the same as the equivalent of a mystery thriller that's like a 3.5 to a 4.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, because there's different levels of how well things are done. A fantasy 5 is hard to reach for anything else because the fantasy has that incorporation of the world building and the magic systems and everything that they like.
Right.
A romance 5 will never be equal to a fantasy 5 in my brain.
But
Never gonna happen.
also for me, it depends also on the romance because a Christmas romance is never going to be equivalent to like just a regular like run of the mill like rom-com romance. Like I rate them differently.
I do too.
Because
I rate
a lot of
Christmas romance
times,
is different than regular
like a
romances.
Christmas romance or even like a summertime romance, they're written almost more like a Hallmark movie.
Mhm.
And so like a Hallmark movie, if I'm rating a Hallmark movie, that's not going to be like the same rating as like a big time like blockbuster. I might give a Hallmark movie a 5-star rating, right? But that doesn't mean that it was like the best movie I ever saw.
But it might have been the best Hallmark movie.
Yeah.
Right. It might be right. Or Lifetime. That's what I used to like compare thrillers to, is like a Lifetime movie, because like Lifetime movies objectively are usually terrible.
My mom loves the Hallmark Christmas movies and the Lifetime like murder mysteries, like the crossword murder mystery solver thing. My mom loves those. My mom doesn't have a soul. Like she sits on the couch and watches these Christmas movies where like little kids are dying from cancer, and she's just like straight faced watching this, like eating chips. And I'm like there for 5 minutes while I make dinner and I'm sobbing. And I'm just like, how do you like
do this?
That would be me. I am your mom.
But that's the thing, is like objectively every genre of book, like, because I don't rate dark romance the same way that I would rate fantasy.
No.
Because there's other things, like I'm looking for certain things in a dark romance. Objectively, I've heard arguments. Okay, Natalie's one of my favorite. Okay, Weirdo Book Club. She's one of my favorites to like listen to rant and talk about dark romance, because like all of her points are true, and she has talked shit about some of my favorite dark romance books. And when I listen to her talk about it, I'm like, you know what? I can't even argue with you. Like, I'm just here for the vibes. Like, I've even commented and been like, honestly, I'm just here to listen to you talk shit about my favorite book, because first of all, don't live in an echo chamber. You should always hear other perspectives about books that you loved or didn't like or whatever. But also, I can't usually, like, I almost can never argue with any of her points, because ultimately she is correct. Like, there are a lot of issues with dark romance books, right? And if you're going into a dark romance expecting it to be not what it is, then like if you're going to dark romance and you expect it to be like ethical, you're going to be sorely disappointed. I'm not looking when I read dark romance, I'm not looking for ethical, okay? I'm not looking for it even to really make sense. Okay? When I read a dark romance, I'm judging it off of like, did it accomplish what the premise told me it was supposed to accomplish?
Mm-hmm.
Was this main male character a completely irredeemable psychopath? Yes, okay. 5 stars. Was the female main character like just here to be submissive and along for the ride like I was told she was supposed to be? Yes. 5 stars. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm looking for different things in like a dark romance than I am in like a fantasy.
Yeah. They're different things, man.
You know?
Real quick, before we get off track again, Tennille got to page 110/55%. Julie also says Post-its are good for video planning, so I may need to do this. Camila got Jessica Jones Volume 1 finished, rating it a 4. It was fun. Tragic. Tennille also used up her leftover Hoopla borrows that she was saving up for Amazing Readathon. I don't know what we're laughing at, but we've said some funny shit. And Libby's saying that I made it 50% in my book, but I have to back scrub from Brenna. That is.
When I looked at that at first, all I seen was the back scrub part, and I was like, "Are we taking a shower?" Like,
unfortunate. I hate this for you, Brenna. Anyways, do you guys have anything that you want to plug that has gone up recently on your channel or will be going up soon?
There might be a video.
She said there might be a video.
Don't know what about or when.
But there might be one.
I'm planning.
Yep.
I had a video go up 30 minutes ago.
Very nice. Neva had a what was it? It was reality TV, right?
Yeah. So if you want to hear me talk about
things,
somehow I managed to keep it under an hour. Go me. It's like 25 minutes long, but it's just me recapping season 5 of 90 Day The Single Life. So if you want to listen to me talk about the people on The Single Life, you can go watch it.
You know what I thought?
And you really don't even have to watch it because it's whip and chat style. So I'm diamond painting while I talk about it.
Yeah. And then I had a vlog with 3 of the 2026 new releases that I got from NetGalley go up. I am striving to stay on top somewhat of my NetGalley books that I get this year. So wish me luck there. Trying to get that feedback ratio up to like 50% or something, you know?
My feedback ratio is like 80%, but I still have 50 unread books right now.
That's where mine is too. Mine's like super high, but I still have a ton of unread books. So I'm like, what are y'all rating this on?
Yeah, well, I mean, look at how many you've had loaned out or how many you've been approved for, because I've been approved for like 175.
Yeah. I have not been approved for that many on this account. I have definitely deleted accounts because I was like, nah, I'm done. And then I'm like, no, I want NetGalley again. And I was like, okay.
Oh no, 228 approved, 174 feedback sent.
Okay, that's not bad.
And I've just got like 52 sitting there just waiting for me to read them.
Yeah. The good news is that most of the ones that I have currently are books that I'm excited, like I do want to get to soon. So we're gonna do that eventually. But I think that is it. Thank you guys for hanging out with us for these 24 hours. Neva, when will we be back? End of June?
We will be back at the end of June, yes. We'll be the 26th and the 27th of June.
26th and the 27th of June, everybody, if you are wanting to come back for more 24-hour sprints. And I will be live on my channel for sprints next week at 3 p.m. because that's when I go live, apparently, on Saturday. Next week, on Saturday at 3 p.m. So I will see everyone then. Thank you. And I'll see you later when we talk about more boring nerdy things. Bye.